Welcome back. Here we are. I think we're live. Audio check. Video looks good. Let's go live on the Discord. Okay, so what are we doing? We've been farming Azmeri Spirits, and this is day 3 of the boss farming strategy. Let's see if we can get lucky today. Okay. I think we're all good. Just check out the chat real quick, make sure working. And it is. All right. So, some changes since yesterday, actually. Big updates, honestly, to the build. We had some very robust and good discussion about the build. And I was kind of just struggling through some issues, wanted to get through the farm test without really worrying about it. But man, I died like 10 times yesterday. Yeah, it was pretty bad. I was at, I want to say over like probably around 60% experience on level 93. And I went all the way back to 0. So that's how bad it was. So we'll go over those changes, but we basically farmed out this tower setup. So this tower setup was a 3 overlap. It had some cleanse, not a whole lot. And then eventually I ended up running 2 tower overlap. All of the towers here are buffed for, or they're tabbed for boss, Azmeri bosses, essentially. So this is not a currency farm setup. We're juicing bosses. I used quantity on boss drops, and I could really tell a difference. I mean, the bosses were dropping a lot of shit on the ground, for sure. Just not the stuff we want. However, the gear, like I saw a lot of T5 gear, so that's one thing. And there was some stuff that dropped that was pretty damn good. To include this chest piece, this came off of a boss, off the floor, and had all 6 of these mods on it. We got the triple resistance profile here, almost 200 max life, and then over 1,000 armor and evasion, and then the implicit here is another 20 to fire resistance. So overall, a pretty damn strong chest piece, and we were already kind of talking about how my evasion was pretty low. But I thought, you know what, let's corrupt this thing. We got lucky, got the 3rd rune slot, and it's looking good. I feel good, I look good. And then that kind of plays into, I guess we'll go over the build update a little bit here, but essentially I was all the way over here trying to get finality and traveled all the way this direction since we were over here, since I like lasting trauma a lot, got some crit. But when I made that move, it got us out of this evasion wheel here, which is super strong for anything in the area that plays with evasion. So it did feel bad. I was giving it a shot. Overall, it doesn't seem like the added damage is worth the travel. So I've reverted back to something that was more similar to before. And I do, however, travel a little bit over here to get some defensives and also lay siege, which is very strong to pick up lay siege and anoint for offensive stance, giving us a lot of damage because we're over 70% block chance. And we made some updates, and this will be the last 2 points basically for the bleed side of things. And then we'll figure out 95 for this increased electrocute for the lightning spear side of things. And then gear, I essentially made some updates, spent some div, but the idea here was to, one, be able to wear this new chest piece versus a Moria's, which meant less chaos resistance, less life, less energy shield, less health. But I also wanted to put on 2 venopunctures. I found through POB that venopunctures on this, having 2 was really strong. It does ask a lot. Like, this build is asking a lot because of the helm, 2 rings, and these boots. But I was able to get there. And this spear, the Sea Glass, has a pretty high int requirement compared to other spears. So very stretched on attributes, and it was pretty difficult. But I was able to get there by tweaking some things. And now we're sitting at 65% evasion, 72% block, and 52% armor. Big increases here on evasion and armor. Our resistances were still capped on elemental, but our chaos took a hit. We were capped. Now we're down to 50%. And then our health took a little bit of a hit, and our energy shield took a hit as well. Overall, on POB, the effective hit pool. Yeah, I've got it up. Let's see. I'll share it. I don't really need to share the whole thing, but it's showing 14k for effective hit pool. And I want to say we were like right around 14.5. So kind of leveled some things out. But overall, I took this for a spin in one map, and the high evasion and armor along with the block does feel really good at first glance. Now, with this is like the bossing setup that we'll probably be taking into T4 Xesht. And our rake on this tooltip now has a critical hit chance of 41%. And then 365% on the critical damage bonus. Of course, POB shows the critical damage bonus actually at 460 something. And then critical hit chance around 43%, I believe. So pretty good there. And then the bleed got up to 12k, which is actually higher than previous, I'm pretty sure. And the venopuncture is huge. Okay, so I broke. So I take that off. I don't think I broke anything else. So literally, this one venopuncture halves our bleeding damage per second. Like, it's insane. What the hell? That is just insane. There's got to be something else going on, but I'm not going to bother trying to figure that out right now. We'll look at POB perhaps. But yeah, venopunctures ×2, very strong for the Ritualist and doable. But we're going to go with it. Now, this is the bossing setup. For Lightning Spear on a bossing setup, we're at 30k in the tooltip in game. Oh, and I wanted to check. 67% rarity still on this. I was really trying to switch out rarity for more. Like here, I wanted max life to help with the detriment. Then here, I wanted lightning damage flat. But I just couldn't find anything on the market right now. But we'll keep trying. And then I actually replaced my Beetle Bite boots with maxed out 30% increased movement speed and made sure that I got a corrupted set so that I could put in the new rune and get 10% increased movement speed. That way I'm not feeling so bad when I put these on. I was feeling really bad about switching out my boots because these are 55% movement speed boots. I might even sell these, honestly, because I just spent so much div. And then for mapping, like no bossing, this really buffs our... Oh, yeah, that's right. So I gotta put in this belt for the strength. We get more... We still have the chaos. We got more strength, so I'm able to take out the ring. Still broken, though.
Strength fails me.
See if I did this in the wrong order. Oh, we've got the strength. 21. Yeah, it does break. So at this point in time, if I go... Interesting. It looks like I have to run this ring instead, which is a little bit more rarity. Earlier today, I swear I had a setup where I could swap this out. I'm a little confused, but it is what it is. We're moving on. Still got a little bit of updating to do here to make sure. I want to have a pretty plug and play gear swap for mapping, and I'm not quite there yet because of this strength issue, this ring. Yeah, so I was trying to get, I think, strength on my amulet. Oh well. So I'm just gonna basically put this away, since I'm not gonna be able to swap. Wonder what. Hey, oh, I think. Oh, I don't know. Earlier, I thought I had it. Let's put this away. Yeah, what I want for the swap is much higher lightning spear. So like a breach ring like this with a bunch of flat damage on it. Really nice. And then I want more rarity. So that's the swap. TBD. All right, we got to travel now. So those are the updates. We've got the towers here. I can hit this. Let's do it. We should just run like a really difficult looking map just to test out the new defenses. Except we'll only have one shot. And this looks... Oh, it's got rarity and quantity. Save it. Elemental weakness, I used to... So prior to this update, I'd be able to run like elemental weakness and stuff like that, but now that I'm not overcapped on cold, it's going to be even more restriction on our map choices here. Kind of sucks. I wanted to shore that up as well, couldn't get there. Man, it is hard to find things on the market. It seems like there's just not a whole lot out there now. And it's all expensive. Okay. See what happens here. Oh. Not bad. Think. Damn, this is a good map actually. Oh, you know the good ones? I should move them over so that they're easier to find. Okay. Try this one. Less recovery rate is really painful. But then the bad ones go over here. Did I just do the elemental weakness? Let's just run with it. I'll be undercapped. I won't be capped on cold. See if that kills us. Oh, you know what? I need my omens for reals. Do I have them? No. I am still recovering from all the deaths yesterday. That was brutal. You want to you want to see me die like 10 times? The VOD from yesterday. Holy crap. All right, that hit. You know what I need to do is check my passive tree. There might be some maneuvering with our attributes that I can do to fix this situation. I did not I think I did that earlier, but I don't know. Something happened. Oh, you know what? No, there isn't. There's nothing with the weapon swap either. Oh, wait, in the passive tree, probably. That's probably what happened. I had it on one set in the passive tree, and then I lost it in the other, probably. The lightning spear is feeling pretty good. Even with this more rake-centric gear that I have on. The Venopunctures still have flat physical damage, so it still improves our lightning spear. It's not like a total waste. Our bleed definitely feels better. Oh yeah, I don't have my loot filter on correctly. Hold on. I'm like, man, I'm seeing some stuff. Did the same thing yesterday. I'm leveling an alt. I do need level 3 supports though. I feel like I need to go move that over into a profile or something. So here, all right, we gotta continue to keep track of the spirits. Oh, and let them actually affect the monsters. That is key. According to the tooltip, that is key. According to my own experience, it doesn't make a difference. What the hell? That was weird. It looked like that thing spawned right there. We got 2 now. Now, guy really wants to kill me. Okay, here we go. I walked right into that. Oh, yeah, he's gonna die. Or maybe. I said that yesterday about a boss and then died immediately. You serious? Right. But yeah, we get like T5 gear off of every boss almost with this setup, but I just realized this map should not be... It's influenced, I think, by 1 tower right now. This is less loot than I have been seeing. Okay, let's see what we got. Wow. That's kind of in a line. So maybe a little bit of overlap there. Okay, let's jump over. Well, yeah, let's just jump right on over here.
Go on. Hello.
It's kind of rolled good. Nice. Got the block chance on it too. It. That's not bad. Uh, probably worth a div right now. Wrong button. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of low on the cold resist. Dude, not getting much on the search here. Probably more like a chaos, or not a chaos. Let's put it at 9 or 14, I think. Okay. Maybe I should actually roll these. Let's see. Speed. Oh, I don't have a speed. I think I'm gonna buy some.
Hello there.
Essences. Ace. And chaos. Wow, so these are expensive. Is that correct? Yeah, looks like that's the exact ratio. I like when it automatically does it for me. Sometimes it doesn't do that. Oh wow, I affected the market. I got a deal apparently. Nice. Okay. Did I fracture this thing? Got the mana on it. It's a T1 roll. Mana is important to some, for sure, right? Let's fracture. Oh, I need one more modifier on it though, huh? Need 4. Yeah. We roll it once. Wow. That's a low roll though, T5. This is where you could really start like dumping resources into this, like a whitt. Let me look at that. I have a whittling. I don't think I'm going to use it though. Next Chaos Orb will remove the lowest level modifier. How much is a whittling these days?
How can I help?
If this was something other than max mana at a T1, something much more like chase, I might actually like try to craft. This is how people craft, I guess. Maybe. And that's the thing. I'm scared to do it because I don't know if I'm doing it right. Hell is it? Omens. Whittling. Where are you? So 88 worth almost 5 div to get the low T5 roll off and randomly get anything else. Like, god dang, dude, that is ridiculous. We are just going to slam. Happened. The cold resist. Okay, cool. E3. Alright, let's slam it. Stun threshold. D10. Wow. Ugh. What is this worth? Nothing? Let's share this real quick. Price checkers saying 35.77 versus 55. Lower there, lower there. 40s in the cold resist, and then whoa, like a 200 stun threshold. 19. This is like a dead modifier. Just a nothing. Anyways, I'm not gonna like chase after the dream here. I'm just gonna throw it in this div folder and see if someone bites. If not, I'll keep lowering it. And I got busted. I feel like that haste essence is pretty good to roll, because every time I've ever used it on boots, I get the speed modifier. I don't know. I'd have to look up what else is there. I don't know if there's anything else to roll on boots.
Xesht. But there's hope. Xesht now lies dormant.
Alright, so I need just a regular map. Traveling a little bit here. Something like this. Let's see. 12% increased quantity of items dropped by mass. No map boss on it though. Seepage, Argway.
Lightning strikes twice.
Oh god. Omen of Resurgence has been consumed within the first second.
The thrill of the
I probably would have died there.
that were almost a challenge. No rest for the wicked, eh? Stop.
Boom.
Now there's a nice surprise.
Yeah. Nice little chaos. What do we got? Stag, cat, wolf, and it's down. Looks like I killed. Yeah, I think I killed it before it could.
This'll do nicely.
That is so annoying. There we go, it's hunted. Okay. So we ran that last map. I didn't mark down. We had a spirit. We had 2 spirits. So a map, then 3 spirits For the one we just had. Should have replaced this pen. Why is it that a pen will work on a one notebook, but then not work on the one you actually want? I don't understand that. I think I missed this. Jeez, I'm gonna die.
That was almost a challenge.
But we actually gotta kill all the rares. There isn't a boss here. Alright. The Chimera shows up in this map, but also the tower map that we just did. That's weird. Okay, and then that's another map. See what this ring is. No. I don't know. Like, do spell users typically use the increased? Yeah, I guess so, huh? Maybe? I don't know. I need to play some spell casters or something. Because I have no idea what the hell's going on over there.
Yes. Xesht. Let us hope Xesht now lies dormant.
Let's grab another omen. And we'll need a big map here. Probably fine. Try this one. Okay, that's a good one.
Okay. You're looking a little
Lightning strike twice.
exile.
Didn't see if there was a boss on this tower. I frequently fail to look at tower content, and then I get surprised. I didn't realize there was delirium in here because I didn't look. There's something about towers, almost like the placement of that. I often do not see the mechanics. I am not doing this. This is not juiced whatsoever. I don't care. E9, what up? A Zelda player, which tells me a EverQuest player. Is this a riddle?
Bring it on. No.
Welcome to chat. I'm old Zelda and EQ days ran together for me. Nice. For me, Zelda is the OG, and then EverQuest. Man, like, I didn't have a computer that could actually play it. You know, it was hard to have a setup back then to actually play EverQuest. But I remember watching someone play and just being absolutely amazed. And I really wanted to play. But they didn't let me play, they just kept playing.
Proof of me prowess.
Yeah, seriously, like every once in a while I kind of get the idea that maybe I should go play EverQuest because they still have EverQuest servers. And my understanding is that the developers, like, they still do leagues or seasons in EverQuest. And maybe it's EverQuest 2, I'm not sure, but every once in a while I'm like, man, I should go try out EverQuest. I never gave it a shot. You still run an emulator. Yeah, that's the other thing too. I hear the emulator for EverQuest is pretty strong. Like, a lot of people do that. Get the real, oh my god. Oh shit, jeez. Get away from me. I used my omen again. So hunted by the cat and the serpent. Going in. Jeez. Yeah, I was at 5 delirium. I guess that's why it started to get difficult.
Now we're talking.
Yes, Tisk, welcome. This is a Ritualist. I can show you the build after this if you want. Oh. Dude, those frost mages really slap if you stand there and get slapped. I never knew that until I actually got hit. Shit. When Blood Mage, my 5th character, 85, and still best choice ever, yeah. Super strong build. I've not done it myself. Alright, so we had 2 spirits earlier, and then this is number 4 right here. Because we're keeping track. Yeah, honestly, I had already leveled this and then was already leveling a tactician, and I didn't feel like jumping on the Blood Mage bandwagon, I guess. Even though I saw the videos and was like blown away. It's crazy. $100 million damage. One shot every T4 pinnacle. That's insane. Alright, we did it. That got a little hectic. So that's a map, and then that's 4 more spirits. We're doing a little test on spirits. Yeah. I should probably take a good look at that. I'm interested actually to see what happens with the patch notes when we start to get close to next league. They're definitely going to do something to that. Enjoy it while it lasts. Okay. Gonna find this stuff. %% ES shield chest mod to HP. There's a lot of interactions on that build that are pretty cool. So yeah, I'm on a Ritualist. I've got the Veno punctures on 2 rings at least right now. I've got beetle bites for the aggravation, and then I'm running the deepest tower. I'm running a 2-weapon set, one for lightning spear, one for rake. And then here's the tree. But we travel this way because we need this wheel for the low life interaction with deepest tower. And then I go over here because I love this backup plan. And we go heavy into block chance and lay siege for increased damage. And then I anoint offensive stance for more damage with our block chance. Then we've got a from nothing diamond over here for the 75% increased attack damage. And then I guess did I pick that up? Yeah, I've got the heralds online. You can see it's also got a lightning spear weapon set, and we get heavy into electrocute for the frenzy charge buildup. And then, of course, trying to pick up as much crit as possible. And then we got the defensives here with, I mean, this is super, super powerful. So that, oh, and then the ascendancy. I mean, this is pretty much what everybody runs. Get a Chernobog Pillar Shield for extra fire damage. Yeah, the thing is, oh, and I'm still sharing. Let me move my camera. So, it's funny when blood mages come over, because you guys are able to apply any type of damage to the bleed, whereas I have to scale physical. I can't scale fire or anything else, which makes it a lot more difficult to scale. Oh yeah, all right. But you're not the only one. You guys have gotten so comfortable with that, and me, I'm over here just looking at it going, God dang it, man. That would be really awesome. Instead, I get a 3rd ring. Okay. Dang, I've already chewed through 2 runes, or 2 resurgences. Alright, so what did we end up with here? No towers in the area. Got a citadel. Okay. So this is going to be the farm. Let's go ahead and do this. Damn, this is like a dead end. I don't even know if I want to put a grand project in here. Let's go this way, maybe. So we grand project this thing. See what we have in the stash. Damn, I gotta go buy some. Do you have a visions? Of course not. Okay, let's go ahead and buy one. Yeah, I need hundreds of those omens because I chew through them like candy, basically, which is crazy. Alright, so I gotta go to market. We're gonna go after Grand Project. And let's try to buy in bulk, basically. Oh, like this person has a few. Let's make sure we got the annulments, though. Yeah, I don't really have that many.
Hey.
So I want. I do chaos instead. Wow, what's going on here? Chaos. Oh, I only want like 10, 20 maybe. I'm gonna have to do math here if it doesn't update. Unless this works. There we go. 1 to 3. Why is it doing that? 2 to 30. Okay. This thing's awkward. So I want 20. I can give 46. There we go. Is that working? Okay. What the hell? It says there's 258 in stock. I'm confused. If you got one div, you delete the 20 annuls, and it will auto-update what that one div can get you. Okay, so you delete the annuls, and then it'll auto-update. So let's delete that. How do I just delete? Maybe I just pick something else. Nulls. Yeah, it's like auto populating above the ratio, even though there's some in stock. And when I tried, it created an order. Why? I'm gonna exit that. Hmm. 230 is the lowest. Okay. I'll just do the 230 then. Or whatever it auto-populates as, I guess. That should be automatic. Okay. That is so awkward sometimes. I'm still getting used to a lot of things like that. Alright. So I got 21. Basically looking for 5 probably, so that's 15 total. And we'll just whisper this dude. If they've got 5. Get this ready. I'm very stuck. What does that mean? Oops. He said he's very stuck. All right, so we got 5. Should have said thanks. Oh, so they have bad connection. I see, yeah. My understanding, they don't even have an actual server, is what I understand, is that they have to basically go elsewhere. But they are going to release a server soon. For China. Put this away. We got the one. I don't know if we're going to use the other one. That tower seems pretty bad, but if we want to get out of that in that direction, we're probably going to need it, so do that, and then let's search for quantity. But also, oh, first I want to make sure that we've got everything updated. So, season. You need season. Times 1 at least. Yeah, one of those. And then all rolled. Okay. Battle Gear, what's up? Control and click to auto move items to inventory stash tab. Yeah. For this tab, since it's a quad, I've got it actually like, I don't know if you can see, but in order of the type of tab. Kind of OCD on the tab. All right. Do this one maybe. We need bosses. Okay, so need one more. I think we'll do just basic quantity with irradiated. Make sure everything gets irradiated. Yeah, let's just do this one. All right, thanks for lurking, Battle Gear. Have fun with your clan event. All right, so this is what we're doing. We are actually juicing our bosses for quantity and Azmeri Spirits as a little test. We previously ran Azmeri Spirits, but we juiced maps for currency farming instead, but now we're going all in on Azmeri Spirits to see how that feels. So far, I think I'm a fan of the currency method versus the boss method, but this will be the final day, and this is the final setup. So we definitely want Grand Project. And then I think since we're traveling out this way and there's a tower, let's do the radiated. Then we'll do a boss one and one with quantity on the items found in maps. That way it kind of will play into maybe traveling out this way versus being a total dud. And this one, I think we do Grand Project, and we could do Season of the Hunt. Oh yeah, that's right. This tower is already influenced. We'll do 4 bosses, 13% quantity. All right, that is what it is. We've made our decisions. We got all the stuff. Grab a map. I do want to try to get rarity and quantity. Let's try this map. 1 try, 1 revive. Okay, so 2 tries. I'm a little concerned about the elemental weakness. I just dropped my cold. I'm not overcapped on cold, but we will do it anyways. And then I think instead of doing paranoia with this setup, I think the play is greed, because we're going for the bosses. We haven't really juiced the rares, so let's not run more rares for no reason. All right. Start with something right in the middle. So what do we got? They are hunted, 25% increased quantity of items. 25. So we only got up to 25% quantity on the bosses themselves. And then the map, the Waystone will bring more quantity and rarity. And then I've got my rarity on my gear. Go to the Crimson Shores. And then, of course, got all the points in Azmeri Spirits, obviously. Where is he? Shit, there he is. Damn, this guy is... Oh, wow, I got two of them. Okay. Oops. Okay. That kind of surprised me. It's too early in this tower setup for shenanigans like that. Dude, yesterday, a spirit turned a rare into Silver Fist, and I was on a very narrow bridge, and all of a sudden this rare just turns into Silver Fist, and the animation is literally him slamming. Like, it was that fast. I couldn't believe it. Like, Silver Fist will surprise you just on a regular day. That was terrifying and very surprising. I did not see that coming.
Almost a challenge.
By the way, I am dual streaming here on YouTube and Twitch. But I usually read out the comments, so you shouldn't be too lost or anything between the two. Thought I heard a ding, but I guess it was just some normal piece of loot. Yeah, with this setup, I mean, it's almost like you don't really have to run all the rares if you don't want to. Okay, we got two spirits. Stag and bear. So it must know of some rare down here that I don't. I hope that wasn't the rare that I just killed. I think it was. Okay, here it is.
No mana.
Okay.
Come on.
So, gotta mark that down. That's two spirits. This will turn into a video at the end of this week. We're gonna be doing a video on Azmeri Spirits. What works, what doesn't work. Overall, it is funny. I really hated Azmeri Spirits before this, but now I kind of like them, actually. It's shaken up my mapping for sure. I used to just ignore Azmeri Spirits pretty much, especially if Delwyn was around. Never focused on those, not a single time. Yeah, I was the same way. Was totally down on Azmeri Spirits, and I thought that they were just dumb, actually. And Delwyn's annoying as hell. He's still annoying to me. He hasn't changed. But overall, I've had some very fun, memorable moments with Azmeri Spirits because, man, it can get really hectic. Really fast when you've got like multiple spirits or you've got the spirit of the hare. And then the Silver Fist thing yesterday was like case in point. Like, what the hell? I didn't even know that could happen. Alright, here's the boss. Oh, it should be hunted. By the ox, which is an annoying one. Oh yeah, and these bosses with spirits can get pretty crazy too. Shit. So definitely not the one shot you're probably used to. What we got there? All right, so this is when you're juicing quantity for the boss. And supposedly the spirit is supposed to increase the loot chance as well. We did get the divine there, and then we've got 2 T5 items and then a bunch of tier gear, so.
Double up.
All right, that's all we're taking. Made over 2,000 divs. Nice. What are you primarily tower farming, or are you doing the trials, or what? I just recently started getting into farming. All of my content has been more focused towards just like, I did a hardcore challenge basically where I played this game blind initially, blind hardcore. That took me forever, so that was actually really hard. A lot harder than I thought.
Yes.
Dump this. Good. Just slam this one.
You did well.
Use tower areas with around 200% experience. Oh, you map. Okay, so you do breaches, logbooks. Okay, so breaches, are you talking the breach stone with the boss? Yeah, and I guess as a blood mage, I mean, you're one-shotting T4 Xesht, so yeah, that's definitely the way to do it. I don't think that I will be farming T4 Xesht anytime this league.
Let's hope Xesht now lies dormant.
Let's see. Abs. Got a spot there. And then you find trio quad tower, and some nodes can stack on all 3 to 4 towers. Yeah. I went and did like my first tower setup like that, where I was targeting cleansed areas with 3 towers basically, and then I think I found a 4 tower overlap as well, and that worked. I mean, it was really good. Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was fun. I kind of like mapping actually, but now I just wanted to try Azmeri Spirits and see what was up, since I poo-pooed it so much. Okay. Got rarity on this one. I hate the critical chance one. Quantity and rarity, shocked ground, stun buildup. Don't like stun buildup either. But it's probably what we're gonna run here. That was a boss spirit. That was a map. And we did not get a rune. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I want to... So you got 2,000 maps. 1 tab for rarity, gold, magic, experience. And juice certain areas for gold, find, or experience with map stacked mods. Yeah. I need to get a little more organized on my maps. I need to spend like a good hour rolling all of them and instilling and all of that. Mineshaft or Val City. Hey, back. Oh, that doesn't have a boss. Guess we could do Mineshaft. Nice, yeah, Blood Mage running every map, basically no fear of any mod. That is absolute S tier, this league. But yeah, I just got light stunned there, and it becomes an issue quite quickly.
Abomination! Proof of me prowess?
Ooh, something hurt. I don't know what that was. No spirit there. Or no rune. But yeah, that's right. You bring elemental, fire, or physical, like you don't care about the elemental resist or anything. Okay, what is this? Stag.
Stretch through the air.
1,200 divs into my spear Amazon and just recently scrapped her. Wow! That's crazy. Ooh! Damn. Well, I'm sure that some of that transferred over at least, right? The gear.
That was almost a challenge.
Okay, so that's a spirit, and we got it again. Marking that down though. Bought everything fresh. No comparison. Sold it for 100 divs. The only thing I've sold from the Amazon thus far is my scepter. Dang. Yeah, that's cool. So there are like players out there who, like you, for instance. So you made your choices at the beginning of the league, and then you started to see the writing on the wall, and you made the choice and moved over. And then there's others kind of like me that like will just continue with what you kind of like chose for the league, I guess. Oh, okay, we got a talisman. Max Arias. So, like, because I do build guides, so I have a build guide out on this, and then I'm going to update it with the T4 Xesht version. Then I've got a build guide on Tactician, Lightning Spear, Bleed build, which I think are fun builds. They're damn strong, but they're not even close to Blood Mage. And one comment I got was, like, on the video, or just run Blood Mage. And I was like, damn. But not everybody's going to do that. That's the thing. Okay, so that's a spirit and that's a rune. It's actually a special rune. Is that both? So you tried all of those builds in this league or in both leagues, across both leagues, I guess? One charm slot, really? That cannot be worth anything. Doesn't even show up on my price checker. 600 hours deep, this league, nice. That's good. Like, yeah, especially if you're the type of player that has a bunch of alts and you'll basically level multiple characters in a league. Makes sense to try out the whatever's S tier. Like, honestly, before this game, I played Diablo, and every single season I would just look at whatever was S tier that I thought I might enjoy, picked my build guide, and I rolled with it. But this time for this game, I've been doing a lot more cooking my own builds and stuff, which has been pretty fun. It's like a whole nother aspect of ARPG that I had no idea. So fun.
Now we're talking.
Almost died. Hit the wall, wasn't doing damage. Had to learn why. Until your fourth character, yeah. Yeah, I tried to do something kind of cool with my tactician, and I totally bricked it on stream. It was like the worst stream ever because it was like in just absolute struggle trying to come up with this idea and bricking very badly. I had to roll it back and then try something else. And then I tried PoE 1 in Fresia. That was not a very good breach. We are in the mine shaft though. Oh, we got another breach down here. We're not even here to breach. We're here to boss. Yeah, in Fresia, at the end game, I basically hit the wall. Had to go to the drawing board, but I stuck with it on the build. Using POB, I don't know if you've got POB, Path of Building, but if you're doing any sort of cooking on your own, you really do need Path of Building. So I had to do like a major Path of Building session in order to get into mapping, basically, because the game quickly became way too hard for my campaign character. Bricked Mercenary 3 times before I learned I can build any character I want for free with POB. Yeah, exactly. It's like a game on its own, almost. Oh, shit! I don't want to fight you right now! I did not mean to come in here.
Blinding.
Shit. God damn it. I'm so, like, in trouble right now. Fuck. I'm slowed. Just die, please. Where did these guys come from? Holy crap. Okay.
full.
All right, what are we doing? I think we're gonna go drop off and then come back, actually. There's a lot here. Oh.
I like it here. It's quiet like.
Okay. Yeah, I did not. I don't like doing a breach and a boss with Azmeri Spirits at the same time, but we did it. Cats slow you down when you get hit, and if you get cats when she's doing her combo, that's pretty brutal. Okay, we'll hold on to this one. I'm gonna have to clean my room here soon. I just cleaned out this quad and it's already a mess. Okay.
Greetings. Time is not on our side.
Yeah, we should be seeing probably teaser season towards the end of this month or so for PoE 2. Been very quiet on the PoE 2 front because they've been so focused on PoE 1 release for the last league that they opened up. Yeah, I mean, they were like almost every single week or every 2 weeks updating with patches and stuff, but I haven't seen anything since 2.1 hotfix, basically. I don't know if I missed anything, but make sure we've got scrolls.
Time is not on our side.
What is it?
Nice. Another T1 roll on this jacket. Just gonna throw it in a div and then let it fall through the folders. On T1 roll on this one. That is still pretty low armor and evasion for a T1 increase. But hold on to it, I guess. Crafting is a whole side of this game that I have to learn and get better at, especially if we're going to farm bosses. Because really a lot of it is the loot that drops at T5, the tier loot. So for me, so far, it kind of feels like if your farming / income strategy relies on crafting good gear, then juicing your bosses might be a good avenue for that.
Hello. On with the work.
Okay, next map is finished. Val City, it looks like. I think they did some interview today. The higher the tier, the worse it is in general. Yeah. The tier gear, like on the floor when it says T5, did they change that? No. I don't think they changed that. They changed the tiers of the actual modifiers, but not the gear when it's on the floor. Let's see what this rolls. Maybe not. Here we go. So this is how I've been rolling maps as a non-blood mage in order to get the most. Like if it's already got quantity, rarity, just get the prefixes. That didn't roll very well, unfortunately. But no bad things on this map. Got all the good things. And I am gonna go for greed. Since we're doing bosses. Normally I'd go paranoia for rare monsters. You can't get white breach. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because yeah, that does kind of make a for crafters. That for me, I read that change for loot, and I thought, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, if you're a crafter and you're looking for base items that are normal, that's an issue when they remove those at a certain level. I don't remember what level, but hey, you don't see them. Oh, there's another divine. Yeah, the other thing about the whole discussion about builds and the S tier, A tier, and all that, because I made a conscious decision, my goal for this league was to do at least 2 different builds on my own and put them out on YouTube. So I kind of had to operate in the fringes a little bit, although I did end up, you know, with a spear doing lightning spear. That was mainly because I wanted to play the new class and the new weapon, especially since I'm a melee main. I like melee. And it wasn't too far into the league before I settled on lightning spear. Like, I was in explosive spear, but man, once I felt vault on lightning spear, it was like, holy crap. Like, this seems pretty damn strong. But yeah. So, having said all that, I actually started an alt like 2 days ago. And no, it's not a blood mage. It is yet again something that's probably not nearly as powerful. Almost guaranteed.
This is what I get.
But I wanted to try out the Infernalist. So at the end, like if we run this tower setup at the end of this, I might switch over, just kind of show where I'm at. Still in the campaign, still kind of rough. Even with a stash, I've gotten rid of all my gear that isn't like level 80 gear, unless it's a unique. So I kind of had to roll with a bunch of uniques, like exclusively almost, and it's okay. But I'm not nearly as like overpowered as I would expect after this long in the league, because I just cleaned out my stash. And I literally was like, yeah, I'm not gonna need all this crap. And then all of a sudden I got the bug and started a new character. Right after that too. It's so funny. Fireball Infernalist and Minion Infernalist. You can only be using uniques in the campaign. That's good to know. So I'm doing it right. Just maybe need to... I keep on going back to my stash as I level to check the uniques to see if I have anything. I haven't like bought any. It's just whatever I happen to have in the stash. Oh, this is a hair, guys. Where is it? Shit. Fuck. Dude. Get off of me.
Don't lose focus.
Where is it?
Almost there. Don't give up now. Come on now. Let's hit this.
Nope. So that was the most expensive chance. Basically, the rabbit talisman is worth 77 div right now. And we didn't drop it. That sucks. Damn. Oh, that's a hair sighting. And no talisman. Yeah, I'm cooking up a Ice Strike Tempest Bell Infernalist build right now. We'll see how it goes. I haven't really like built out the endgame POB. I've just kind of mapped it out a little bit, kind of have a vague idea of where I'm going, but I don't know if this is going to work or not at this point. Damn, I really wish that rabbit talisman would have dropped. I've seen 4 Spirit of the Hares and haven't gotten any of them to drop. Then I think I've seen 2 foxes. The fox talismans are going for like 25 div. And that's kind of what spurred me to give this a shot, since those are so expensive right now. I wanted to see like how often do those drop. Apparently not very often. Oh, sorry. Looks like you tried to link something, probably. It's just asterisks, I don't know. So, what strat would you recommend for talismans? Because I earlier tested out mapping quantity and rarity, just like I normally would for currency. And now I'm trying out the bosses, just because you've got that special tab. Wanted to see how it feels, basically.
That was almost a challenge.
Talisman and cores are the ultimatums. Ah. So... talismans. So these spirit talismans, like the stag, the boar, and all that, they drop in the ultimatum trial? I gotta go check that out. I thought they were specific to these spirits, Azmeri Spirits. All right, yeah, thank you, appreciate it. Don't send me down a rabbit hole, because I'll go like run some ultimatums. I have to like try things out myself type of deal a lot, you know? Because again, I'm trying to build up content for the videos, and I can't just... I have to actually go do it. There's a lot of game time sometimes. This test is going on 2 weeks for the Azmeri Spirit farming. Oh yeah, essences are fun. Like I had buffed my essences in my Atlas earlier before this. That's what I did all 0, 2, 1 right up until now. And I dropped 2 horror essences, which was nice. Wisps only for talismans. Okay, and endgame bosses. Oh, so you can drop the talismans off of like the pinnacle bosses, basically. That's interesting. I wonder if there's a better chance at getting the sacred ones off the T4 bosses, or like pinnacle bosses.
Shake off the dust and let's ride.
Or sell decently, though quite random. Mostly farm simulacrums, get loads of divs from those. Breaches are for rings. Nice. Dude, simulacrum is hard for me. I don't think I've done the I haven't done T4 simulacrum yet, I don't think. Let me check. Well, I guess it wouldn't show me. It'd only show me up to T3. Yeah, I have not done that. I've done T4 Xesht and T4 whatever the boss is from Expedition. Those are the only ones I've done T4.
That was almost a challenge. Take this.
T1 simuls. Oh, T1. So even T1 is pretty good. And you can't really affect like quantity and rarity other than on your gear, right? There's no way, like you just drop the thing in. So it's just the tier, whatever points you've been able to spend in your atlas for that, and then your gear, I guess. Getting divs in T1. Interesting. Okay. Good to know. Thanks for sharing. Might have to try that out. Yeah, breach rings. I haven't gotten lucky on any breach ring yet. Dude, where's the boss in here, man? Oh man, it's the Viper too, obviously, I guess. I haven't fought her in a long time.
Lightning strike. A clean kill.
Yeah, T1 trio. Someone came in stream and actually handed me one of those. Oh shit.
Halt.
It's like worth 20 div or so,
Here.
I think. I'm trying to like actually use it, but of course my attributes are like totally jacked and I can't put it on right now. Oh shit, got smacked by that.
You will fall before us. Feel the Arcanic sting.
Damn it. I wanted to skip this.
I shall crush you insect.
There we go. Hell yeah. Dude, that looks... I mean, honestly, I've never juiced the bosses. A shit ton drops. Like, when you do quantity on your bosses. So we did get a talisman. Hmm. Does look colorful.
I'll not make the journey home like that.
Let's see what we can get rid of. Shrines, yeah, they are strong, but it's like they don't. I mean, it makes your mapping more efficient, faster, which obviously helps. But it's not fun, man. Like, I mean, it's not adding like a mechanic. This is adding like a mechanic to the game, I guess. You know, you're chasing the spirits is a little different. And then if you go and you get tired of that, you can run a bunch of essences all the time, which is kind of cool. And then strong boxes, I haven't actually done that since before the 021 patch. But my understanding is that is super strong for currency right now. So just seeing all the loot drop out of a strong box versus the shrines, I get it. I don't know. Now, Rogue Exiles, I don't think I'll ever test Rogue Exiles as they are right now. I just can't see that being either fun or profitable, so. That's not bad. It's real quick. Okay. Hold on to those, I guess. Crap. I think I'm out of here. I will pick up the wraps. Crossbow is just too big. I've not really ever rolled a really good crossbow, honestly. Okay.
A sight of a sore eye.
Yeah, the rarity shrine. That's right. Yeah, that could really make it interesting. So running around at like 100% movement speed with rarity, throwing down meteors. I can see the appeal. I ran shrines for a while before the patch, and it's definitely good. Not gonna lie.
Speak.
Okay. Should I don't think I should get that. They're expensive. $30. Yeah, it's probably a bust. I don't know if I'm not a spell caster. I usually don't know what I'm looking at for magical things. Do they care about accuracy? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna just throw it on for like 4 chaos. See if it sells. I was actually looking at a price checking tool. You couldn't see it. Yeah. Right now, since I'm so broke, and also I was testing out this system, but this late in the league, like, probably don't want to be selling for chaos. Like, I'm getting interrupted and everything. But I didn't start doing this early, so this is what I'm planning to do early in next league, is just have this folder set up with the chaos and then the one divine and then over. But yeah, I'm probably going to end up scrapping the chaos soon. So, did I... Oh yeah, this is the bust. I was looking over here. Yeah, this looks okay. Oh, pretty bad roll on the armor and energy shield. I'll just throw it in for 4 or maybe 9 since I'm full. A lot of this doesn't sell, and then some of it does. It's just kind of, and it's overall kind of bullshit. This whole system for especially like casual gamers, people who don't have time to sit around and nurse freaking items for sale. Like, you got to be online. You got to interrupt your farming or whatever activity you're doing. Interact with somebody. Like, no, it's terrible. It's overall the worst thing about this game. Let's throw chaos on this one. That was a bad roll. I think maybe, you know, maybe it like surprises me, but no, I don't think so. It's dead. Okay. Dead too.
Xesht. I'll be here, waiting.
Tab is getting very full. Okay. Get on with it. Ritual. Guess I used my resurgence. I didn't even notice. Try this. Penetrates 13%. Okay. Oops. My resists are... I'm overcapped here, but gold went down after my last gear update. I was overcapped on chaos, but decided I needed to shore up some evasion issues. So my armor and evasion are way higher today than they were yesterday, and it feels better. And my block at 72%. And then health at 2,500 almost. And then 17 or 179 on the shield. Overall, feels pretty good. Could be a little better. But man, it gets difficult. This is like probably about as pricey as I can get on my build right now. That's not overlapped with all. Let's go to this guy. Need ingenuity built, 2 breach rings, evasion helm. Well, the helm's required. TT. What is TT? Boots and a beacon. Beacon doesn't help me either. That's not physical. That's for elemental. Oh, Tangle Tongue. Tangle Tongue, I don't think scales very well with this build either. I get it on Blood Mage when you are like way capped on crit bonus. Like when I run the numbers in POB, Tangle Tongue doesn't do it for me. It's a big decrease in damage. And then I've also tested it out live out here, and it doesn't feel nearly as good either. But I don't know. Maybe I should get a really good Tangle Tongue and just run with it and see what happens. I have the feeling that POB may not account for the Tangle Tongue double crit thing. Like, it might not actually be accounting for that, but I haven't been able to prove that, so.
Shake up the dust and let's fight.
My crit bonus right now is at 472 in POB. Crit chance is around 40% with Rake.
Another trophy.
Yeah, the spear that I'm using, this is for Rake. It's at the +3 level to all melee skills. It is the Sea Glass, so I get the higher critical hit chance. Overall, this is a pretty badass spear, so I don't know, maybe we should try that out. I can look on the market and see what Tangle Tongue is going for, pretty much max roll. I don't know.
Lightning strike twice.
Oh, is the Sparkle Spear the Chaos one? I tested that out as well. It is close. It felt pretty good, but it overall was also a damage decrease for me. One below Sea Glass. Oh. There's a new unique out there for spears that came out with the 021 that has like a chaos explosion whenever you consume a charge. It's actually pretty damn good. I just bought a really cheap one that didn't roll well just to test it out, and it felt pretty good. Ooh, wow, I just got smacked. Oh yeah, and then the accuracy doesn't really matter for a Ritualist compared to the Amazon. So I don't really care about the accuracy. Which is nice because it allows me to buy spears that people underprice. Because of that accuracy that's not there, I'm fine with it. I went with melee levels because ultimately I want to make sure I scale my single target rake more so than my lightning spear. Like I do need lightning spear at a certain level. Like I would like it to be a little stronger than it is right now, as it just clears the entire screen. But with the T4 Xesht, you have to be able to clear, you know, because of the beginning. So there is a DPS requirement there for my AoE as well as for my single target, which can be kind of a struggle to meet both of those requirements when you're going in as a Ritualist. Like T4 Xesht is still a big test for this build. Lightning spell is a projectile. Well, no, I'm using Rake for single target. That's the thing. Yeah. Shit. Oh my god, damn it. Backed right into that. I wasn't paying attention. Well, I had the 75% omen on, fortunately. Only thing folks should be hitting Rake on is Pinnacles. LS should be clearing everything. And I have not been able to scale Lightning Spear to kill T4 map bosses. See, yeah, it's interesting with Rake and the physical side of that versus Lightning Spear. And I get that, like, people who are really dug into Lightning Spear are probably going Trinity and things. And you know, you could even move over. I can't even think of the name of the lightning melee attack. I haven't used it in forever. But it kind of feels like a totally different direction for the build versus if you're actually scaling Rake. I don't see how Lightning Spear would ever get to the point where it's killing the T4 map bosses without that Blood Mage Ascendancy. That linkage between elemental and physical is so big. It's huge. Beacon, though, it's for map clearing. Oh, yeah, that's right. Ooh, that's a good point. I didn't really think of using that for maps only. But yeah, I mean, my Lightning Spear isn't really gonna be... Like, it'll take care of rares, but sometimes, like this rare, let's just hit it. So, about 3 Lightning Spears took care of that rare. 2 for that one. Not bad. Shit. Yeah, man, that is such a good point. I just, like, I looked at it and I was like, yeah, that's great for blood mages. But yeah, I'm already, like, building a gear set for mapping. I might as well go the distance here. Like, this guy's beefy. So yeah, all of that, and that's what drops out of this thing. Of course, this isn't juiced for, you know, quantity or rarity really, but overall, we just look here, 124% increased rarity in this area, plus I've got 60 or so, 180, and then some quantity. And this is a special, unique lockbox, and that's just unset. I've never really dropped anything out of that. Dude, I gotta remember to log. We had another spirit earlier.
Leave to dry.
Okay, so that's 2, or say this will be the 3rd spirit. Greg, pretty sure rarity doesn't work with the lockbox chests, which is why they suck. Well, yeah, that sucks. Sometimes there's like these design decisions out of this that I just am mind boggled. Why, like, if you have a nice, cool, unique, I'm gonna die, lockbox, why are you making it suck? Like on purpose almost. Welcome to chat, by the way. Alright, so that was another spirit. Alright, so 3 spirits in this map. No rune. They were super excited about Azmeri Spirits as well, and the drop chance for runes seems to be, or drop chance for talismans appears to be around 10% based on what I'm seeing. a map. I'll count this map. Yeah, I want to believe in GGG because they deserve some faith for all of the good decisions of PoE 1. That being said, some of their PoE 2 decisions baffle me. Yeah, that's kind of the... I'd never played PoE 1, but it even baffles me based on what I know about PoE 1. Like, the level of freedom, I just leveled through the campaign. The level of freedom in builds with that system is insane. And then in this game, they went, like, they had the aperture wide open. Then they were like, yeah, you're gonna go through this pipeline. You guys, you know, you stay in your lane over here. Like, how did that... I don't understand how they went that direction. That seems odd. All right, here's the boss. But yeah, overall though, like, I am having a great time in Path of Exile 2. So all in all, I am definitely a believer. I don't have a whole lot to complain about. And also the cool thing is your map tabs transfer over to the PoE 1. So I essentially, like, it's Christmas for me. I don't know. Hey. Did not get the talisman. That's a boss. To be fair, there's still pre-alpha. There's still 5 classes. Yeah, it's early access, but
I'm bent double
I don't know. Man, I'm kind of burnt out on the early access stuff. For some reason, the last 4 or 5 games I've played have been early access. I'm surprised that I actually played this game because I was really burnt out on early access. Having had some bad experiences, but overall my experience here has been very positive. However, with that early access thing, they have made major design decisions at this point. And the systems here for that we're talking about for like build diversity and everything, that's like, I mean, they'd have to really revamp everything to get out of that. The way they set up the gems and everything. So let's see, can I Tetris this thing somehow? I think I'm screwed. Let's look at this. Not good though. All right. Drinking orange juice today.
A sight for sore eyes.
Yeah, they're still at standstill on adding things in some areas, build stuff in place to account for that in the future. Yeah. Yeah, you can kind of see that in the game. All right. Can't tell if that's a T5 or what. I think that's trash. Okay.
Xesht.
Slam this thing.
Until next time.
don't think I have this ring. Oh, I do. Yeah, I have enough Beacon of Azus. I should just throw one on, actually. Oh, but I would have to build into that. Like, I can't just do it tonight because I've got my spirit requirement that I'm using the amulet for. And I need more than 30. However, we've got Deadly Herald on. I could probably... Let's maybe POB this thing, actually. Let's just take a look-see at this. Yeah, 14k. So let's just share the POB. We're kind of talking build a bit. Since we're on the topic of Rake. What's your tooltip on Rake? For your Blood Mage? It's hard to compare, like I've never actually compared my tooltip to someone else's tooltip. Let's see here. All right, so this is Rake at full DPS, 535,000. A full bleed is going to give me 22.4 million damage on one bleed. That's where I stand. Excuse me. That's where I stand on Rake. $62K. Yeah, that's insane. And like, honestly, I feel like the whole vision stuff, you know, like, it's funny because Lightning Spear is considered totally OP, but this character with using a very OP skill, and I don't think, I think I have decent gear, right? I've poured some div into this, some time, definitely. I've got a lot of hours on this character. And I've been really cooking as much as I possibly can on the actual passive tree and everything else. And T4 Xesht is going to be difficult. It's doable. It's going to be difficult, though. I feel like that's about where the game should be, really, you know? But they're going to nerf the hell out of Lightning Spear. I feel like AoE clear like that, I mean, just leave it. ARPGs... you need wave clear. You need to be able to clear a screen. If they are trying to make it so that clearing screens is not like you're not able to do that, that's just bad. However, the boss fights, I feel like that's where the difficulty in this game is really cool. And it's what really struck me at the very beginning. Count Geonor and stuff like that. So memorable. Really fun. T4 Xesht, very memorable, very fun. That is the difficulty that I welcome, that I think is really good, that they did a really good job on. But the difficulty where a white mob will pick up a piece of dirt, throw it at me, and I will get light stunned, that is stupid. But yeah, I'm done ranting. So here's the build, 2.4 million. And then if I go over to Lightning Spear, what happened? Disabled. How did I do that? Weird. Disabled. What the hell is going on? Enabled. I don't want it active though. There we go. Got it. 68,000 on the Lightning Spear and POB. Now let's just add, what is it? Beacon. I guess I should anoint this too. So anointed with defensive stance, I think. No. Offensive stance? Offensive. I don't know how to spell. There we go. Okay, so if I just swap that out, yeah, that's a huge increase for my lightning spear. That's a really good, thanks for the reminder there. I completely wrote off this amulet because of my rake. But I would like to have that for mapping for sure. Well, I'll have to work towards that. That's going to be a major shift for gear. Damn. I just spent a lot of div on gear today too. POB is 800k on your rake, so you're about 300k higher than me on rake. Why are you stuck on using that bad helm? How else would you like? There's other ways probably, but that helm. All right, let me show you what that helm does for my build. Go to weapon set 1. Make sure we're on rake. Oops. And we are on weapon set 1, 520. And by the way, it's hard to compare POB because your configuration, you know, could be way different than mine. My configuration has a lot of like rage at 10 versus full rage. I've got banner at 10 versus full banner, just because I'm not trying to inflate the numbers. And I'm not saying you're inflating them. I'm just saying that for me, I'm like trying to think of what is usually happening in reality when I'm out there and how I play. So I've lowered some stuff down. And then shocked even, like I should just remove shock, honestly. Because I don't typically have a shocked boss. But anyways, where is it? Low life. If I uncheck this, we're at 520 full DPS, 520,000. It drops by half, over half, to 231,000 DPS. Oh, so you say you're thinking of mainly you're leaning lightning spear. Yeah, when I think of this build and when I build for this ritualist, I'm thinking bleed and rake. Lightning spear for me is get it to the point where it's clearing a screen regularly, and then that's as good as I need it. All of my other effort goes into rake. That's where I'm at. But yeah, you can see that helm is badass actually. Yeah, T4 Xesht for me is probably going to be next week. So, like, that's where my focus is, on the rake, making sure that I can scale that to kill Xesht. The lightning spear, it's okay. Like, we're mapping and stuff. Let's see. The other thing I wanted to show is if I actually have a full banner, we get up to 634, and if I have full rage, we're up to 749. But that's including shocked. Now, if I remove life, again, it's over half my damage is attributed to the helm and being at close distance. And yeah, I've got that checked for lightning spear as well. So for the lightning spear side of things, the numbers are inflated if they're further than 2 meters away from me. Shocked. They're not really usually shocked, so with a full banner and full rage, I'm at 600 full DPS. But that banner, check this out. Let's put it at 1. I'll put that at 1, and I'll put rage back down to 10. So we're at 494 full DPS on rake, with 1 Valor on banner. If I remove that, it's 30,000 DPS. Just 1 Valor. Oh, and also momentum. So I don't have momentum on, and momentum doesn't really show up on here very well. But Rake has like a momentum thing further away, right? Distance to enemy. I've got it at 2 meters. If you rake in at even 3 meters, I'm over 800k on this POB with low rage and low banner. If I'm at 4 meters, which happens quite often, and I'm actually trying to be at around 4 meters, it's almost at 1,000,000 DPS for Rake. So there's a lot to consider here. All right, let me catch up on chat. You can improve your character right now with like 5 items. Your shock comes from or should be coming from your Herald of Lightning. Shock plays a huge role in Lightning Spear damage. It does more damage to shocked mobs, so at times if mob is shocked from Herald, it can net 2 bonus damage. All right, so let me show you where my head is at with Lightning Spear with this build. Okay, where to start? We'll start with the skill. Okay, I just want to... Well, actually, let's go in game and make sure this is up to date, because I made some changes here. Okay, so perpetual charge and deliberation. So the shock... Here's where I went. I went with electrocute, actually. Lightning Spear has an inherent increased chance to shock, right? Doesn't it? 100% more chance to shock, and you're dealing a lot of lightning damage. So I feel like on regular monsters have basically 0 lightning resistance. I should be shocking the shit out of things, and we can pay more attention to that in the next map. But the electrocute for the combat frenzy charge buildup. So if I go back to POB, my whole thing was make damn sure that I'm getting electrocute off, because if I go to configuration and I uncheck, oh, we need to go to skills. Turn that off, then go to weapon set 2. Oops. So if I go to configuration and I turn off frenzy charges, it's a huge chunk of my full DPS that goes away. Frenzy charges are huge. Drop lightning infusions and martial tempo. Yeah, martial tempo. Let's see, let me see what you're saying. Let's go back in game real quick. We got Volt, Perpetual Charge. Fork is one that I don't have. Deliberation, I see this as basically 20% more damage, which I like. And then this is 25% more damage. My whole thought process here... Yeah, I don't have martial tempo. My whole thought process here was I want my Lightning Spear with my supports to slap as hard as I can without consideration of attack speed, basically. I want my spear to go out for as much damage as possible to clear the screen at this point, because I'm not scaling as well as I could be in my passive tree because of the rake and the gear setup, I guess. And then Innervate, I see that as super strong. 35% more damage as lightning. And it's always on. So if we put Fork in instead of Deliberation, I think that's... And then Martial Tempo. I mean, I don't want to throw my spear faster. I want to throw a bigger spear. That's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, no, I do appreciate the conversation. I do welcome this, because I know that I don't know everything, obviously. And I am kind of disconnected from the meta a little bit. I don't have a whole lot of time because of this is like kind of just on the side. So most of my time, I actually am kind of more head in the sand almost. Every once in a while, I pop back up and I look in PoE Ninja sometimes, but most of the input, most of my news comes from you guys, so I really do appreciate it. Oh shit. I think that was a wolf. I'm trying to save those for the video. Let's pull the wolf. Yeah. Or no, it was a stag. There we go. All right, martial tempo is like a 5k damage add-on, or maybe 2k. Got the... But you don't use martial so much for speed, but for damage boost. It truly helps speed-wise when you're stunned to get off spears. Yeah, that is true. I totally understand that. Yeah, for now, I'm gonna stick with the... I'm gonna stick with the supports. Fork is interesting. I never really know exactly what that's doing. Martial tempo, I've tried it. Of course, I've had it in my lightning spear before. I am using it in spear field because of how slow spear field is. And I still do use spear field, and I like to throw it down pretty fast. But overall, with lightning spear, I get it with like when I get into those situations where I'm maybe out of position and getting stunned, I definitely do miss the martial tempo on here. But yeah, I do get that. A beacon, I will likely move in that direction, but I'm gonna have to move my spirit over. What else is on here? Yeah, some resistance. It's gonna be pretty brutal for me. The Vino punctures and the helm and the boots are pretty much mandatory for my build. There's no getting out of that. The beacon is kind of stretching things. You can get me out of it. Well, yeah, I'm open to it. But by the way, E9, if you want to hang out more and stuff, I've got a Discord. It's linked in Twitch and on my YouTube channel. Join the Discord so we can continue the conversation. And also, you know, we could get in game and stuff like that too. So I do have a guild. Of course, it's pretty dead right now. My guild is not playing. But if anybody's out there looking for a guild, you can join the Discord and let me know and we'll get in the game. Let's run a map. Monster element. See, like, with my lightning spear, this 50% to monster elemental resistances would absolutely suck. Let's roll this thing. Let's see here. Currency. Temporal chains. That sucks. That's a guaranteed no. Let's roll this one. Let's roll it naturally, I think. I'll use one ritual. This is the cheaper one. Okay, now it's good enough to roll on as well. This is how I avoid bad things. Not bad at all, actually. All right. See what we're doing. Yeah, I just throw them into that tab and then eventually I sell them. You max mod. Oh, so you max mod in order to sell more for gold. Yeah, that makes sense. I have not done that, actually. Okay, let's run the grotto. I hate this map. All right. I mean, overall, like, it'll be interesting next week. That's when I'm gonna start the T4 Xesht push. Maybe I'll run a couple at the end of the stream just to see where we're at. But the real test for Lightning Spear is the T4 Breach Stone. Like, I have essentially failed the wave clear on there a couple times on my other character as I was trying to build and get to the point where I was able to kill him. So as long as I can do that, I am done scaling Lightning Spear. Basically, I did, like, beyond that, I don't really care, because at that point there really isn't any other content in the game, maybe T4 Simulacrum, that I feel like I would need more, I guess. You see my Amazon's POB, you would see your skill gems are all wrong. Same theory, same mechanics. Yeah, join the Discord. You don't have to, but I just recommend join the Discord so we can keep talking about it, and you could share the POB link and maybe I'll just copy you. And I'm being serious, like, I will copy you if it works. All right, let's do that. I'm glad you use POB though. It's fun. It's good to have a good build conversation around POB versus like just like in-game tooltip and all that. It doesn't do it justice. Damn, that blew up in my face. Nice. Welcome to the Discord, where we have discourse about PoE and other things.
Bleed to dry. That was almost a challenge.
But yeah, some rares need a rake at this point. And yeah, for T4 Breachstone, that gets a little hectic with that many mobs and how powerful they are. Like, sometimes it feels pretty bad to need to stop Lightning Spear in order to rake. Be raking anything in Breach at all but the boss. Yeah. So maybe that should be sort of like the benchmark. If I can go through T4 Breach and oh shit, I'm dying. I'm not paying attention. I'm glad I had a omen on me. So if I can Lightning Spear through the whole wave clear mode on Breach T4, then we're there. Yeah, that boss is really fun. The fact that there's a pretty difficult wave clear leading into the boss basically makes it so you can't just like min-max single target and go do T4 Xesht. That's not going to happen. You have to have a pretty balanced build, actually. And flip side of that, you can't have really good wave clear and just think you're gonna go kill Xesht at T4. What's weird to me though is how hard Lightning Spear can slap waves, and then it feels like it doesn't do very much damage on bosses. That's how it feels for me at this level. But we're talking like T4, so shit ton of health. But yeah, I mean, that breach, we're not there. That's bad. We got some work to do. I was just kind of thinking about the beacon again. It's not like I have to swap it out for a rake, because typically the only real offensive stat that I'm bringing on my amulet is usually critical damage bonus. So I'm essentially giving that up. But I look at beacon. We'll look at it later. I don't recall what else is on there. Maybe it's not as bad as I'm thinking for rake. Shit! I am in a stampede. I'm in a stampede again. Oh my god. No! God damn it. The stampede. That did not feel good. And I'm back down. Son of a bitch. I have not died so much mapping until I tried spirit bosses. Spirit bosses are a pain in the ass sometimes. Is he... Okay, so the delirium is gone. Didn't realize that. Look at it without the delirium. And the ox. Ox is a lot of health, I think. I think ox actually gives like major defenses, so that went a lot easier.
I'm bent double as is.
Go turn these in. But you definitely can one-shot that boss. Yeah. I mean, I can see scaling this to that point. It's a super investment, though. Blood Mage doesn't exactly copy the Amazon's Herald's Light Spear. Yeah. Once your blood is applied, you should be hitting them with Blood Hunt. Really? Because it consumes your bleed, and if it doesn't actually kill them, that feels bad to me. Got an Overseer. We are using that. Actually, I don't know if I'll be using that again after this tower setup. I think I might be done with the test at that point. And by the way, that was a map. I don't think we actually saw a spirit other than the boss this time. And we did not get a talisman. Yeah, I've seen the how it interacts, but I'm not bleeding fast enough and enough to just immediately blood hunt. It'll just be a dud. A blood hunt that doesn't kill, it does not feel good because you're bleeding, and then you just stop it for no reason, basically, if you don't actually kill with blood hunt. Wow, okay, 35%, but not good. 1, 2, 3. What happens if we roll it? We'll see. I feel like prices have gotten out of control, and there's really a dearth of things on the market, it seems, almost. League is long in the tooth here. Hold on to that.
Yes. Time is not.
Let's look at Beacon. So it comes with a little bit of spirit. Oh, it comes with 40. All right, let's try this out. I didn't see that it had the implicit there. So what breaks? My fire resistance. I think I might just run with fire resistance low just to test it out and then see from there. Let's see what the tooltip says. What the hell? Why does this say it was at 30%? It was at 30,000. Wow. So yeah, the tooltip is obviously not accounting for that major critical hits, ignore enemy monster resistances. One issue though is my lightning spear crit chance is actually lower than my rake because of the weapon passives. Another thing I don't really know is when you throw a lightning spear, if the projectile does not crit, does that mean everything doesn't crit, or does every single lightning bolt have a chance to crit? I've always wondered that. Let's just try it out. Let's roll this, see what happens. No rarity on this one, feels kind of bad. But we're not really... Chaos. Probably, that's my lowest resistance. Okay, we'll go with this map, I guess. Put rarity on it via delirium. Okay. We need a boss. 27%, yeah, not bad. Woodland. Let's go. 37% crit chance, rip, yeah. I try to be, for this build on this character, at least over 40, but I'll have to take a look at the passive tree for the lightning spear side of things. Maybe drop some of the electrocute stuff. As long as we're electrocuting, as long as I feel like we're throwing frenzy charged spears all the time. I was holding out for just a little bit, just to make sure. I'm still undecided. Maybe not. Okay, here's a rare. We weren't. Oh, we have frenzy charges. Let's try some more rares before we get ahead of ourselves. It was proper, yeah, for sure. So that might be the angle here. Which, again, you brought up Tangle Tongue. Might try to find one for cheap or something. Like, I know that Tangle Tongue would have to roll basically best in slot for me to really see a benefit. If I don't, like, we can show, I'll show you the POB, what it looks like on my character. Looks pretty awful. And I have tried it live, so it didn't feel that good. Oh, there's a rare back here. Oh, so I'm going... Yeah, I'm off screening things too. It does feel kind of bad to have Rake as your primary single target and have a beacon equipped. It just, ugh. But the benefit on Lightning Spear might be, in all of this, with the Lightning Spear and the Rake, I have made it very conscious, like, decision making to try not to build into one at the detriment of the other. So Beacon is an example of that, where I am giving up a regular amulet that helps both sides of the equation in order to have an amulet that really helps one side of the equation. So that's what I mean by that. Is that kind of feels bad to me. We do use Lightning Spear a lot, though. Way more than Rake. Damn, that hurt. Yeah. I feel like we would still need definitely the crit chance higher.
Now we're talking.
So what boss is in here? Oh, I think this is the Miller. Okay, here he is. I don't even need to kill these rares if I don't want. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's two of them. Is that normal? Shit. Damn. Okay, these guys are beefy as hell right now. Oh, God. That hurt. I never thought I would die to the Miller, but this might be it, guys. No! Damn, that was close. Oh, shit. Woo! Dude, what? And these guys are on like some serious juice. Woo! Jeez. Once they bleed to 60%, Blood Hunt will one-shot them. No, it won't. I'm telling you, it will not.
I have enough in my pack already.
You're too used to your Blood Mage. I'm telling you, dude. No way. I have to get to like within 10%. Well, I will Blood Hunt the next boss. I'll Blood Hunt a rare. He'll probably not even die. And your Amazon, so the Amazon and the Tangle Tongue, double crit chance, 100% crit. The accuracy thing, like it's different than a Ritualist. Trust me. The Amazon also has that. Like Ritualist probably is not the best ascendancy for this, honestly. It's still fun, but anyways, it is what I chose. All right, let's pick up. I think I can pick this one up. Then maybe I'll come back. So your friend has the same build as my Amazon as a Ritualist, but just not a bleed. So basically, is it all Lightning Spear and maybe I forget the name of this. But one way to play this is to forgo Rake and Bleed and stuff and go all in on Lightning and Storm Lance, or maybe even Primal Strikes and Lightning Spear. That's another way to play this. Totally different, but it works very well. No, I don't have chance on me. So I've chanced about 100 of these and never gotten anything. There it goes.
Speak.
Hey, this looks all right. Just slam it. That looks all right, actually. Not much of a Kamisan Tiara wearer, but yeah, I'm gonna throw it in my div folder. Dowsing Charm. This is interesting. I know that there's a charm out there that's actually worth quite a bit. I don't know if I have it. Get out of here. Hey, anything else we can trash? Crit chance in particular. So we could. Oh, I've only got one extra point. I've got these points in Electrocute. The only way for me to really just easily pick up crit is to just fill out the wheels completely. Can't really travel at this point. And then my Anoint is in basically more damage versus crit. But let's see here. We've got the Herald. Could get rid of a little bit of movement speed and evasion. Get more crit chance. The Electrocute buildup I feel like is pretty strong. But if we're hitting really hard and we're critting more, should Electrocute anyways. Getting the Frenzy charges. Let's put a couple points. Let's see here. Just this is something you got to kind of try live because we're going to see how much we're electrocuting. Fund passives. Refund that one. And then Yes, we could get rid of these. 1, 2, 3, 5, 4. And then the rest of our points would build into Electrocute. The Magic Find Charm is the one that's 35 div. Interesting. Oh, using a shield over a Chernobog. All right, I need to look this up then. Yeah, let's do this. I guess I already refunded that point. So 4. That's all I need. So we'd get... Oh, that's bonus. But it'll help. Get bonus. Chance. 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 Now, in the tooltip... Still only 34%. I felt like that would have been a little better. Maybe I was looking at POB chance, which is higher, because it's accounting for things. So that doesn't account for dispatch foes. And this one. So if I've already hit them and they're bleeding, which is basically any hit, then I get another 30% increased critical hit chance. So POB will show something totally different. Let's look at that real quick. We're on Lightning Spear. Weapon set 2. So currently 66k DPS is what it's showing. Just gonna trust. Get rid of that, which is really only a slight DPS decrease at this point. So it goes over 70k DPS, and the crit chance on here is 45%. That's if I haven't crit and they're bleeding. Let's check the bleeding one. Configuration, bleeding. Oh. Config option is conditional. Missing source and is... Oh yeah, no. I only have perfectly placed knife in for my rake side. So it's only dispatch foes. Now, if we have crit recently, have you crit recently? So then it goes down to 35%, which is the tooltip. And then recently, I think, is every 4 seconds. Not sure. So every 4 seconds, if we don't crit, we're getting a better chance, I guess. All right. Catch up on chat real quick. Oh yeah, Chernobog. Let me look it up. I don't know what that is exactly. Chernobog. Let me share. Okay, so this is that chase shield. It look well. Yeah, this one. I've seen this. I'm gonna pull it over and share real quick. Okay. So increased armor, 30% to fire resistance, 28 to chaos resistance. Gain 1% of damage as fire damage for 1% chance to block. So this would help with Lightning Spear only. Not a bad shield. Let's POB this. It's another item that I basically wrote off as a not a bleed physical damage thing. But yeah, my mind is like, it was constantly on Rake versus Lightning Spear. So shifting perspective here today a little bit. Should I do anything to this? Okay, let's add it. Percent chance to block. That's one of the issues. Is it'll bring our damage down probably. Okay, I'm gonna add it. Where are you? Okay, so it went up by 3,000. So that's the fire damage in effect. Whereas our block chance went down. So the reason why it's not a huge increase is because we've got both lay siege, 1% increased damage per 1% chance to block, and we've got offensive stance. And our block chance was like 73%, and now it's only 44%. So that's like a pretty big hit on damage that direction. Overall, because of the defensives and everything else that it brings, I don't think that's gonna be the direction we go.
But first you don't succeed.
So more armor, more life, and then I've got the triple res on it. You 100% need glancing blows. 100% crit chance. Let me see. I'm catching up here. Main focus is adds 1% damage fire. So it's just extra damage, yeah. 100% crit chance with 1500 crit bonus. Yeah. By the way, what's the normal crit cap? And then how are people going over it? It almost seems like that's going on. I don't know though. Is there a crit cap? I keep hearing about a crit cap. I need to go look at this. Okay, glancing blows. Let's look. Yeah. So I don't need this. This is bad for me because I have almost the cap. The block chance being doubled, it doesn't go over the cap, right? I want to POB that real quick. Say we traveled over, we picked this up. So our current block chance is, well, shit. I've got the other. Yeah, so if we had Chernobog or whatever. So let's just turn it on with Chernobog. So now we're at 77k. And our block chance is at 75% at the cap. All right, so what were we at before Chernobog? Is it working? No, it's not. Damn it. I was just Control-Zing. So let's see here. Put this back in. I don't know why that didn't work. So items. Woe emblem, sure. Plague Watch, I think is what it was. So 60k DPS. And our block chance is at 72, so 3% under the cap. And we're blocking for 100%. You know, there's no, well, I've got a 10% detriment actually. So glancing blows makes it so you take 50% of the damage from blocked hits versus I've got glancing hits, which means I take 10% of the damage from blocked hits, and I'm nearly at cap. So that's the setup I had. I don't think that's a big no-no. I think it was pretty good. But the shield that you bring up, we would be able to get into the shield if we took glancing blows. And it would be a pretty big DPS increase for Lightning Spear. Let's look at that. So 60k, put in the new shield. And then 3... Let's say we even get out of this. Because maybe this will just put us at the cap. No, it doesn't put us at the cap. God, that sucks, because that would free up some points. So I would still have to basically take... I don't want to take glancing hits, though. So nearly at the cap at 72%, but at 75k full DPS. Overall, a DPS increase. But we do take a hit on our effective hit pool, so here's the deal. My defensive profile is really relying on a thick shield and blocking damage. 8,224 effective hit pool with this setup versus 12,400. A pretty huge hit on effective hit pool. Which we do still have an issue with that. Like, we're not super tanky right now as it is. But as of right now, I won't be moving in that direction. But it's nice to have that in the back of my mind here as we continue to cook on this. Because if we can maybe reallocate some points, it's an option. We're not very well equipped skill gem wise, combining things together in sync. Yeah, that's true. But essentially, these are like suggestions that you're giving to me on the fly. You know, your head is where your head is at because of the way you've built your character. Mine is like over here, and now we're kind of having a mind meld a little bit, but it's not like, you know, like for instance, the glancing blows. You see that as like, whoa, whoa, whoa. But based on your build or what you've seen, it's made sense. For what I have currently, that would be out of sync with what I have built, I guess. But it's opening my mind to other possibilities, which is going to help me overall cook a build that's going to work. So, yeah, it's a good combo. Go to do another map. My brain is starting to cook. Starting to hurt. See, that's one. Let's go ahead and roll this one. Where are you? Okay, so that's a lot of rare stuff. And we didn't really get a good map there. Oh well. We'll add the rarity via the greed and roll with it. And there's no boss there. So we'll run mine shaft again. God damn it. Penitentiary. There isn't as much. Well, oh shit! I forgot that we have some corruption here. So let's check this one. So this is not. We don't have a 3-tower overlap over any corruption, unfortunately, but we can clear the Nexus and see if we get lucky with some cleansed modifiers, and then we can run those as well. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and go to the mine shaft, I guess. Did she kill me? No. Man, I have been dying my ass off with this spirit boss thing. Blood Mage, Amazon skill tree. When you get the time, you'll see they are very similar. Only adjustments I made is for a little bit of bleed mechanics, otherwise mimicked. Okay. Yeah, looking forward to looking at it. This will be Thursday is my last day of the week for streaming. I do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so I've definitely got some time. I'll take a look. And that'll give me time to really cook up something and probably make some changes, adjustments. And then next week, we're going to be focused on T4 Xesht. Oh. What am I doing? Okay, let's go. I already have a map open. Did I? Yeah, I made those changes, so we should be critting more. Yeah,
That was almost a challenge.
the other skill gems that I would kind of like, the support gems, I'm kind of thinking one of the critical support gems, making sure that we have even more critical hit chance might be, like, I've played around with that. I've got one free jewel that I don't have crit hit chance on. I need to probably get a new jewel. Fork over innervate. Causes all your attacks to fork off and hit others, so it clears more. Yeah, I'll throw a fork in. It's an easy test. I've had it in before. Oh my god, I almost died. Oh yeah, my fire resistance is low because of the beacon. I'm still testing. Oh, and this boss does fire damage. We're gonna please don't let me go into this boss with beacon on. It's not gonna be good. That's gonna be real bad. All right, wolf. Oh yeah, by the way, like if Tangle Tongue is already forking, is there a point to have fork on as a support gem as well?
A clean kill.
Okay. Only causes forks to crit. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay.
Lightning strike twice. The thrill of the hunt.
These guys aren't going down with just lightning spear. Okay, there it went. Probably crits at the end there. Let me check this real quick. Critical hits ignore enemy monster elemental resistance. Okay. Yeah, but dude, these monsters don't have elemental resistance. At least they don't have a lot, my understanding. Let me go back to POB real quick. Okay. Guess I was already in share mode. Let's see. Calculation. I was on Guardian Pinnacle boss and we saw the damage increase. I go to no. That's weird. I expected the damage to go up. Okay, I go to no, and then let's go to items. Amulet, beacon, let's take it off. Yeah, it's showing a bit of a benefit there. That's interesting. Doesn't show what like a normal mob has for resistances and stuff. I need to look that up. All right. So there is a decent little DPS improvement there with Beacon. And I'm kind of all right. Yeah, that's interesting because I actually I moved points out of penetration because of that. I didn't feel like it was necessary. That's essentially what this is, right? It completely ignores it. Guy's gonna... I'm gonna die. Some of these spirits are a pain in the ass. The goal is every spirit throws 100% crit, yeah. But mainly, it's like the double crit, I feel like, is the one that's really pushing the damage. The crit fork that makes it so good. Okay. Oh, you know what? Now that I'm... you know what? This is even better, actually, now. So previously, when I wrote off Tangle Tongue, I didn't have 2 weapon sets. Now that I have 2 weapon sets... Yeah, we definitely need to retry out Tangle Tongue for Lightning Spear. I don't think that it's going to be great for Rake, but who knows? After this, let's look at it in POB, and then let's pull a Tangle Tongue out and play around with it. I'm also going to pull out the new spear. Let's play around with that, too. The new rare that does chaos damage. I've got one. Let's look at it. Oh, hell yeah. Give me the loot. Yeah. That cannon dude was about to blow my face off. Where's the entrance? Yeah, but 95% of Rake users are like blood mages or something. I don't know. And also, I feel like 95%, I don't know. It's a mystery to me right now why so many people are using... I must be the one who's wrong. Like, I'm just going to approach it that direction. Maybe I'm just wrong, or maybe my character just sucks right now. Like, hasn't scaled damage or crit damage bonus high enough or something. I don't know what the deal is. But we're going to look at it. We're going to put this to bed. Because I do need to relook at it. Now that I'm doing 2 weapon sets. Let's kill this boss first. Oh yeah, let's get this beacon off before I die. I need my fire res. I feel like a lot of players are using Tangle Tongue because it's cheap and easy to access. Like, my spear is pretty expensive. Damn. It's not doing much damage on her, though. Of course, she's got the Ox. The Ox is like the worst one for bosses, man. Oh, that touched me! Did it? I got touched. I don't like getting touched by her. I'm surprised I'm not dead. All right. Oh yeah, I was supposed to blood hunt early to show that. God damn it, I forgot. Sorry. I meant to. But right about where her health was, I probably could have blood hunted one attack earlier, probably. That's it. All right, let's go. Get some spears. 0.9% of all people in PoE2 are Rake Ritualists. Yeah, it's not popular, that's for sure. Hell no, I'm not re-rolling Blood Mage.
Here. It's quiet like.
There are other players like me who refuse. So I'm there for them. I'm gonna struggle. I like pain. If you were around for the early days, I started this game blind hardcore solo self-found, and I played the game blind right until I beat the campaign in hardcore. It took 20 characters. So yeah, I like pain. Max damage is 13k. Spoken like a true blood mage. An elitist. Oh shit. In the wrong tab. I'm just joking around. It's all good. Do I have this one? Yeah, I have that one. Okay, I think we can safely trash this.
Yes. Let us hope Xesht now lies dormant.
Oh wow, so max damage non-bleed ritualist focusing on LS is 2.6 million. Honestly, when I look at the numbers on PoE Ninja, I don't really know what I'm looking at. Like, how do they calculate it? I don't know, dude. Maybe what I'll do is I will maybe take a PoE Ninja build and plug it into PoB. I think that'd be the best way for me to really understand. Hey, let's get a map. Let's get the angle tongues out. Angle weapons. Do I have one just sitting around somewhere? I guess I got rid of them other than the one that's here. And then I've got this spear here. This is the one that I've been talking about. So when you consume a charge, trigger chaotic infusion to gain 2 chaos infusion. Adds 239 to 332 chaos damage. And then when you consume a charge, okay, so then you build up chaos infusion, and then that is exploding, and you're using those infusions. Pretty cool. Okay, so we got the spears. Let's do a map real quick. So we won't POB it first. We'll POB it afterwards, I think. Go ahead and roll this the cheesy way. Didn't get the rarity on here. But this is essentially, I think our last map was kind of similar to this. Don't remember if there were any issues. Don't want to do corruption. We want it to be kind of similar, right? Running out of choices here. Okay, this is decent seepage. Yeah, Alk Orb on white maps. Yes, I do that. I have a couple methods, but you saw this waystone had 3 prefixes, no suffixes, so that's pretty much as good as it gets. And then for Alk, I'll use the Omen of Sinistral Alchemy. I'm sure you're doing the same thing. Gives me 3 suffixes or 3 prefixes, 1 suffix. So not bad. Let's check the tooltip. 14, 690, and 32. Of course, the tooltip isn't gonna really show us much, huh? We'll stick with the lightning spear side. So it's saying a drop from 32k to 20k on the tooltip. And then it's showing our effective crit chance at. So I would need to bring this up to 100 somehow, which is crazy because. Okay, what's the crit chance on here? Oh, this is a very bad Tangle Tongue. We're gonna buy one. Screw this. I'm not gonna go test out a shitty Tangle Tongue. See. No wonder it sucked. No, I don't think that this. Yeah, I think this was the one. So, but I played around with it in POB. Like I moved the needle. Like, what if I buy a really good one? It didn't show in POB as any better. All right, so let's see. I'm gonna just what is selling for around 1 to 5 div. Yeah, I mean, we can get a much better one for 5 div. Matter of fact, we can get one that's corrupted and has higher than 20%. I'd rather get... yeah, I'd rather get 2 rune slots, though. Let's see if this guy answers the call here. 13 to 31. The physical damage is pretty decent on this one, too. I'm just gonna... I'll share it, I guess. Oh, E9 is gonna come through with a Tangle Tongue? Alright, let's do it. Juiced. Alright, what's your character name then? Or I'll just give you mine. It's Tina Dawn Time. So Dawn like Dawn of the Hunt. Tina Dawn Time. And I'll just put it on the screen there. So what's this roll? 239. Oh wow, this is over, so it's corrupted. Okay. I'm hang out in my hideout. I like it because it's very easy to move around, I guess. Awesome. Thank you so much. So you let me borrow or you let me have it? Just let me know. Let's do this. You can have it. I don't care. Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's go try it out. I'm excited. So lightning. Okay, here we go. The damage on the tooltip barely move. Oh. So it's down like 200-ish, or no, 2,000-ish. But we know that it's probably not accounting for like all the things it's doing. Now we're nearly at 100%, basically effectively 100%. And then I'm gonna put fork in as directed. So fork. And I guess we do it instead of innervate for now. Okay. Let's go. Seepage. Visually, it's down behind the scenes. It's ignoring fork. You'll see a massive difference. Let's see it. I'm excited. Oh, wow. Felt good off the bat. The rare did not go down immediately, but it definitely, I did not feel like I needed to go rake it. This, yeah, this is feeling better, I think. Let's keep going though. Gotta hit some rares. We need like some spirit juiced rares that I was getting, you know. We should run a breach. Every breach that I've ran has been like 20 to 30 breach stones. If I run a breach and get like 75, we know there's a difference. Oh, shit. Got blown up. All right, that rare went down pretty fast. Okay, and you know what else? Let's put on the beacon now. So now we're critting, and so we're ignoring all the time. So this one's hunted. You can see kind of the same scenario. Took about 6 or so throws at it. Damn. Did I use my omen? I'm surprised I'm alive. I don't have an omen. I'm out of both. I'm gonna go get omens. What? Cast on crit. You're up. Yeah. Cast on crit with this Tangle Tongue would be pretty nice. Oh. Thanks. This is gonna take a while. Which one's not enough space? Oh shit. Sorry. Let me try again. Damn it. Go. We'll throw these. Throw these in there. Okay. Is it 1 for 1? Like a full trade thing is an entire bag? Okay, I'm ready. Thank you. This will help me level to 95. Without them, I would never hit 95 probably. At this point. Okay, hold on. I gotta put all these away. I don't know why omens don't stack at this point. Alright, I'm ready. Control click all at once? Oh, I didn't know that. I was control clicking and it just did one. Do I have to hit alt? I'm gonna try different combos. Thank you. Let's do alt then. Oh, oh yeah, control alt links it. Oh, I gotta be on my stash. Yeah, I don't know how to do all at once. Right, control right click. Oh, nice. God dang. That is awesome. I'm glad you told me that. All right, so this one's trash. This one I want to test out. This is the one that I normally have. And then my amulet, where did it go? Can't lose that. Oh yeah. I need to allocate offensive stance on this. I have effectively lowered my damage. So I'm going to do that. Disgust, fear, and isolation. Is this a decent? Yeah, it's 95. I guess it doesn't really matter much. So, shit, I forgot what it was. What was it? Disgust, fear, and isolation. Disgust, fear, and then isolation is like the top one. So let's buy one of those.
Hello.
What is going on here? Guess I messed something up. Oh yeah, that's I got change. Is that for the div? I don't remember. So isolation. Let's start with chaos. 4.4. That many. Guess I have to do 5. And then go. Oh, why is this? Oh no. Let me see if I have a different beacon then. Let's see, where am I putting those? Oh, this is not corrupted. Whatever, let's do this one then. Sure, I got more actually. Beacon. Yeah, there's 2 more. Okay, so that one's better. That one. Do this one then. Okay. Somehow got rid of my fear, it looks like. Oh shit, what happened to it then? Disgust. What happened to my fear? That is, oh, there it is. Cool. Thanks. And there's not much of a lag in this stream. All right. Whoops. Damn it. Get over here. There we go. Okay, let's get back to it, see how this goes. The tooltip probably reads a little higher. Wasn't it at 29? Well, the crit damage bonus is showing as more. Of course, yeah, it's not gonna show me the beacon. You can pull one item from a stack holding shift and clicking it, yeah. It'll take me a while to fully have muscle memory going for all of the things. Something good drop over there.
Come on now, let's the hunt.
Okay, we'll see another spirit rare here.
Let's end it. Oi, let's get away. Spirit straight done.
We got 2 spirits here.
Don't lose focus.
Gotta remember, I haven't been marking down the bosses for the spirits. All right, they died.
There's a target. Strike fast.
I'm not getting as many frenzy charges ever since moving out of electrocute.
Finish it.
That's 1 spirit, 2 spirits. Ah, a frenzy charm. Yeah, throwing non-frenzied. Okay, we got one. Need to mark this down. Okay. Yeah, I'm not using that. I need to look at that.
Stretch through the art.
Utopia charm. Really want to work on survival. Utopia charm. Oh, wow. What? What hit me? Dude, I was dead.
Don't lose focus.
I forgot to get... I grabbed all of those omens and didn't actually keep any. Didn't I go back for those?
Don't let up.
How did I survive that, though? That was crazy. Alright, so let's try the other spear real quick. Got a little map left. This one definitely you want frenzy charges. I need to look at that. This one, and I'm probably gonna have more of an issue. Okay, so we got a charge. If I consume this, I now have Chaos Infusion. Blows things up. As long as you're actually generating, which I'm not doing enough of right now, you would essentially be consuming charges constantly with the spear, either frenzy charged, chaos charged, or both. Alright, I guess it's just the boss now, basically. I kind of want to put on Tangle Tongue on Rake. So, move this over. See what it does. I mean, the tooltip shows bad, 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 but we're gonna test it out for reals on this boss. %200 armor, cannot be stunned on use.
Stretch through the art.
We can look at the rake gems in POB. These gems add a shit ton of damage. Well, everything should crit. Where is he? So he's got the bear. There's a good bleed. All right, let's go ahead and do the blood hunt. Oh, wow, okay. He was at about 45% there. That was a pretty big blood hunt. That might have been a double critical there. Felt pretty good. It's getting the crit off. Like, my spear, it's 40% of the time. It feels really good when I crit, but Yeah. What most rakes use. Okay, should be deep cuts. Elemental focus won't work for me probably. Momentum I've used before and I do like it. Overextend. I've used that before and I like it. I'm using concentrated effect. The one that I have to use because of my build is execute. 50% more damage with hits. Concentrated effect. Heavy swing. Like, all right, so if you look at momentum, I think momentum is up to 35%. Maybe it's up to 45% more physical damage. But this does it every time, no matter how far away you are. And I think you had deep cuts. Yeah, deep cuts. And then heft. This is a big damage booster for me in POB. Yeah, overall, Tangle Tongue felt pretty good right there. Now, I'm It's tough because I feel like I double crit on at least one of those, but the double crit chance is pretty damn high. It's higher than my normal crit chance. Right? Like this. So my effective chance for twice critical hit is 70%. All right, it's about the sync of it all together. I don't think anything out of these support gems is out of sync with bleed and rake and crits and stuff. Like, this is more damage. Pure and simple. So let me just check the percentage on momentum. Momentum is one that I've liked a lot. I've used it a lot. Yeah, up to 40%. So as long as you're at 2 meters and you don't get the less attack speed. This one could be in place of heavy swing. All right, so if I go to POB items, and we're gonna have to look at the Tangle Tongue. So let's copy that over. Copy this. Bring it in. And I want to look at, I guess we'll look at both. Right now we're on Lightning Spear, so it definitely, in POB even, shows a DPS decrease. It felt pretty good out there. Now, if I go to calcs, what I like to look at for Tangle Tongue is just what the average hit is and what the damage is from crits. And then doubling the crit for the double. So my average hit from non-crits is 12k. Average from crits is 68. But 70% of the time I'm doing essentially 140k on average hit. But yeah, even this calculation in POB does not show the twice critical, right? Or is it in the effective? Like, I don't know how they're actually calculating this. Doesn't look like it's going up. Oh, 1/3, 2/3. What's that? Oh, sorry guys, let me share. All right, so here's what I'm looking at, guys. Average hit 1/3, 2/3. I wonder what that means exactly. 1/3 of the time you're doing low damage, 2/3 of the time doing a higher damage for some reason on the calculation. And for crits, same thing. Make sure that shows up on a regular spear. 1/3, 2/3, yeah. Yeah, here's where this gets really awkward for me. On this spear, my normal crit 40% of the time is higher than a twice critical. But the twice critical can happen 70% of the time. My normal hit here is about half as much as a crit, which happens 100% of the time. So yeah, overall, single tongue is probably going to outperform here. Go to Rake real quick. So for Rake, I don't think these support gems are out of sync. They're bringing some major damage. So Execute is 150k concentrated. I mean, Execute is more than concentrated at this point. Heft is bringing the same numbers as concentrated effect. Heavy Swing, same thing. And then Deep Cuts, we know what that does. Big on the bleed. Now if I go to items and I switch over to Tangle Tongue, full DPS falls to 209 on the tooltip here. On the calcs, average hit. Oh wait, Rake, dash, yeah. This looks very similar. Was I looking at Rake earlier? I must have been up here instead of with but yeah, so we've already seen it. My twice critical is going to do a little less than my normal critical, and on average, my main hit, which I guess non-crits never happen. So I'm always doing 68,000, and I have a chance to do around 170,000 70% of the time. Versus so 100 effectively my non-crit is 30% less than my normal hit on a Tangle Tongue, and then my crit, which happens 40% of the time, is just a little bit higher. But yeah, Tangle Tongue looks like it's better. Not by a shit ton, but it is better. I don't know if you guys are seeing that same thing, but that's what I'm seeing. I feel like I have to look at this line here and really think about the twice critical in order to really understand, is it better or not? Because it doesn't seem to calculate on the tooltip down here in full DPS, which is weird. Overextend adds 30% crit bonus. Yeah, Overextend I messed around with. That's a good one though. Let me check Overextend. So I think out of all of these, it would be... All right, so... Overextend. Now, some of these things might not actually show up on POB, like Momentum doesn't really show up very well unless they updated it. So it's going to be a drop, but we know 40% as long as we're Overextend. Supports attack skills support skills deal more damage with critical hits, but critical hitting an enemy with them will daze you. Yeah, I get how Momentum works. I've used it before. And then the daze isn't that big a deal. Just a matter of... At this point, why... Hold up a second. Okay, yeah. With our Tangle Tongue and doing the crit... Overextend becomes a lot more juicy. When I was, you know, lower crit chance, not as juicy. I think heft and heavy swing would be the ones to cut. Let's do that. On the tooltip, we drop, go to configuration real quick. Yeah, momentum is just blank. It doesn't show up. So we'd have to like figure that out. I don't know how to do custom modifiers though. 40% increase. Let's see. Items. Go to gems. Momentum. 40% more damage. I don't know how to do that on Rake. So that's how you do it, I guess. It went from 329 to 462. And then overextend, let's see. Okay, so it is giving us the bonus on overextend. However, we got the wrong spear in. Now with the Tangle Tongue and the effective crit chance. Where does it say? Crit chance is showing us. Oh, wow. It's showing on this the crit chance of my double crit chance. That's interesting. Now I'm a little confused on what is actually happening here with Tangle Tongue. But our crit multiplier is now at 653%. Now if I do 2... Well, yeah, there's some limitations here with my use of POB on this whole thing, but overall we're going to go out on another map and check it out. So we'll use momentum. Where is it? No. Heft. Oh. Using momentum. Just throw it right there. Heavy swing versus... Did I put it in the right... Did I do the right thing here? Blood hunt. Momentum. Okay, so now I need... What was that? Overextend. Okay. We are all in on Tangle Tongue critical right now. The shitty part about this is I only have one Tangle Tongue right now. But we'll like kind of manually swap this, bring this one out. So you want bleed to only apply the most magnitude of bleed and then finish off with the hunt. All right. All right. Makes sense in theory here. But it also looked good in practice on the last boss. That's not... Like, died pretty quick. Slam this thing. Oh. Missing all my stuff. Dump it.
Yes. There's hope Xesht now lies dormant.
Inevitable critical. Yeah, that's true. Do I think I have that on there. Wow. What? must have swapped it off when I was playing with things. So what the hell's on here then? Oh, I'm on Bloodhound's Mark. Okay, Bloodhunt. Brutality, Heft, Bloodlust, Culmination. Yeah, we don't need the area of effect. The gems at critical, inevitable. What's interesting though is our chance is basically 100% now. I mean, I definitely would have wanted it for my old setup. I don't know why I wasn't in here actually. Okay, let's go. New map. Poison, freeze, ignite, shock, break armor, rarity. Gold. I think I don't want to slam it twice like that with the omen. We need a boss. We want it to be hunted. Okay, this one's a boss and it's hunted. This is hunted. Creek. I think that's what's his face? We'll do Silver Fist. I don't know why. Get rid of some of this stuff. Grab my usual. Right.
You did well in that breach storm.
Cool. Blindside, Impale, Inevitable, Critical, Physical, Mastery, Endpoint. But why add the crit chance at this point when you've got 100% already? Does it increase the twice critical chance, I guess? Inevitable critical does chance, I thought. Yeah, let's check. Where are we? So we can tell Break is at 70 for twice critical. Let's see what Blood Hunt is at. The hell is it? Oh, that's the dash? Yeah, it's 100% twice critical chance. Okay, yeah. That is pretty sick. So gems. Blindside. Ported skills, blind enemies on hit. Impale, physical mastery, pinpoint. More critical hit chance and then less critical bonus. I don't see you running this though. Blindside. Oh, did I look at blind? Do I not have blindside? Okay. Damn, I'm running out of support gems. So, blindside. How do you... So essentially I would have to build in blind into the build, essentially. We'll mess with that later. Impale. That's an interesting one that I haven't looked at in a while. Impales enemies on hit. You're trying for the kill. But I guess, okay, so if you don't kill, it's a big impale, and then your rake will consume it. And you'll essentially, if you don't kill, you're gonna freaking kill. Is that the idea? Makes sense. Okay. I already have impale on something. Probably disengage. Guess I'll put culmination on there, who cares? We'll have to clean up some support gems. Okay, I can kind of see why you were saying they were a mess. I don't think they were a complete mess, all right? But yeah, I'm seeing some synergies here. It's very nice. The synergies are coming online a lot because of the Tangle Tongue move. So again, like my build wasn't really considering Tangle Tongue, but this is probably gonna work out based on what I'm feeling out there. I was down on Tangle Tongue for a while. Can I be a believer now? I don't know. Where are we? Blood Hunt, Impale. And then you had probably another one. You think it auto applies blind? It says it doesn't. So where was that? Did I put it in there or not? Blood Hunt. Yeah, I think I didn't put it in there. But I think it says it cannot cause blind. Blind side. Supported skills cannot inflict blind. All right, support skills which can cause damaging hits. Support skills are more likely to critical hit blinded enemies and deal more damage against blinded enemies, but cannot themselves inflict blind. Impale. Yeah, let's go with this. Tons of us use blindside and have nothing at all. Probably like, yeah, some like, I don't know. Almost a telephone game with the build, you know. Somebody had an idea, maybe accidentally forgot the blind, and then it just spread like wildfire. Okay. All right, let's go out there. I feel good about this. There's more updates and stuff, but I want to get out there and try. Yeah. Yeah, there may be some blind interaction that we're not thinking about that's out there. Alright, so I've got to choose. I guess for now, we're going to put Tangle Tongue on my Lightning Spear side. Yeah, this feels pretty good. Shit. That's a scenario where you want martial tempo. When you miss with the lightning spear, boy, does that feel bad. All right, we've got a breach. This is the test here. I've sucked at breach on this character so far. By the way, I just moved over to this ritualist from my tactician, so it's been kind of a work in progress, definitely. coming over from the tactician after about a month and a half hiatus. Oh! I walked into that. Yeah, this is like... I was gonna say the best breach ever, but then I almost died again. Not the best breach ever, but best breach in like multiple days on this character. And it kind of dried up. We didn't get a whole lot of clasped hands or anything. We'll see. That was about the same, but we didn't get clasped hands. I felt like we were clearing faster though. Just kind of the pathing was a little off. Let's go ahead and run this too. But it felt easier to maneuver within the breach for sure. Get like 20 breach stones for one div. Oh, going on 2 a.m. Hey, yeah, if you gotta go. It's been nice hanging out with you. Honestly. I'll be back on stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But in the meantime, you've joined the Discord, so we can keep chatting about the build. I do appreciate the help today. It's been good. All of my builds and everything I do has been basically a community affair. Like, I get a lot of information from the community, and it goes right into the videos, right into the builds that I'm working on, the farming tactics and everything else, because I don't have enough time to be an expert on all this. Oh, shit. Did I kill the rare right there? I don't even know. So you're the no-lifer. I'm a no-lifer wannabe, but I've got way too much going on. But I game as much as I possibly can, essentially. Because I love it. I think I guess I killed that dude. He didn't have any loot. Okay, it dropped. It's just filtered. So that's another spirit. We got one, I think, in this map. Yeah, that's feeling good. The fork and everything else. Started programming at 6 years old. Nice. Yeah, that's... So, and if you stuck with it and you really love it, that's probably a pretty good career that you had. You're probably like full-blown retired now. If you're no-lifing a video game. Nice. Now it's all about AI, or I guess that's like the buzz, but all in all, it is basically programming, right? Even like, I'm not a techie, but it seems to me, even if you were getting into AI prompting and all of that stuff, it's kind of another way to look at programming, I guess. But then it might be that I'm just putting my foot in my mouth because all the programmers might hate AI just like all the artists do. It's not a real program. Like, it's such an interesting time, I guess. The AI crap is... It's like a trigger word almost. Oh, so you've been writing with AI for a while. So it's probably not even new for you. Yeah, I know, like, if you start talking about AI in music or art and any of that stuff, it's like a hot topic. I cannot see a world where everybody's just getting their media from AI stuff. Because honestly, I feel like people just want to hear from people. They want to hear music from people. Like, that's just an inherent thing. And I don't ever think that it's going to just fully replace. People are really scared about it, though. I could be wrong. Oh, damn. So you're like creating quests and EverQuests and stuff like that? But when you said you had a EverQuest server, like you're literally like almost creating your own league or whatever. Is that what you're doing? I guess, so World of Warcraft, I played World of Warcraft and there's private servers and they introduce all these different things in those private servers. So that's kind of basically what you're doing. You have people who actually play in your servers? I'm not doing the expedition right now. This map is not juiced at all. It's just juiced for bosses and Azmeri Spirits. Don't follow the same question logic or rating, etc. custom way. Server used to have around 500 to 1,000 players online daily. Holy crap, that's cool. All right, where's the boss? I guess this is probably the boss. I think I'm gonna go straight there. That's pretty awesome. So one of the most popular EverQuest emulators to launch. Nerfed a bunch of stuff, pissed people off. But you know, you're GGG right now. Okay, here we go. So I need to switch over this. And we're gonna blood hunt early this time for sure. As soon as we feel like we got a crit. And cats and frozen. Okay. Go ahead and blood hunt. Holy shit! All right, I'm a believer. Thanks. This has been quite the update on the build. I was probably just hating on the blood mages instead of learning from them. Don't do that. Not good enough. All right. Trust the process. Yeah. Nice. Well, I got a lot of... I mean, it's not over. We're going to continue to work on the build. So you've definitely shifted my mindset in a different direction. What's crazy is how much I tested out Tangle Tongue early on. I guess I just didn't get the crit bonus and chance high enough or something. Like, it did not feel good. And also, I definitely had a bad Tangle Tongue. So there's probably a lot of difference there as well. Oh, nice corruption on this too. Cool. All right, well, that is 20 to 30 div. Yeah, thanks so much. It was cool hanging out with you, E9. Everybody else who's in chat and in the was here for the stream, really appreciate you. If you liked, please hit the like button. I'll be back on Tuesday around the same time. So this weekend, I'll be putting out a video on the Azmeri Spirits. Got a lot of data on that, and we'll do a little, how to farm Azmeri Spirits, I guess. Overall, I think there's two methods, is what either the bossing method or just the regular currency farm method. overall, I like the currency farm method. Treat your tower farm as usual. Juice the way you normally juice, and then just add the spirits, tack them on with your Atlas. I think that's the way to go versus juicing for the bosses. But we'll see. Maybe there's some people out there and they'll comment on the video and give us some other ideas. But have a good night, everybody. Take care. Have a good weekend. Happy 4th.